Right, so if anybody wants to come down, I've got some cards here for the Team Trustler. I ran out of all the other ones yesterday, so these are fresh today. And adults, we've got a competition going as a lead up to our World Championships, which is in just a few weeks now at Whittlebury Park. It's the competition, it's £5 to enter. It's all on the card there, just QR code. And it gives you the opportunity of winning the Hovercraft experience for up to 6 people. So take a look at that. On the other side, it's got our race calendar as well. Yeah, so the cards I got today are different from the ones I had yesterday. They were Team Beale. I've run out of those. So I've got Team VHR, which is Jake and Josh Trustler. They're local drivers. And Jake is in Formula 1 and Josh is in Formula 2. Right, that is the siren I can hear now. So that's 10 minutes away from the start of the first race. Now, if you haven't been before, I know many of you have been before, but for those of you who are completely new, I will go through the format of the races as they come up onto the grid, because there's different formulas, so I'll give you a brief overview of what each formula is about. But as a general thing, all the races will be 8 laps, apart from the colts. Colts are only 10 to 13 years of age. How the program's running? Oh, lost my signal then. But if anybody wants any cards or the QR code for the competition, come and grab them now, but I will have them a bit later. Anybody got any questions before we get going? I'm looking at stick your out. Oh God, got to walk all the way down there. Uh, we've got 2 groups coming up now: the Formula 50s and the Formula 3s. The Formula 50s will be at the front, and then it will start mix up with the Formula 50s and the Formula 3s as you go through the grid, because of the points that have been accumulated. So, Formula 50, what's Formula 50 about? It's based around the Rotax 503 engine. It's been around for many, many years. It's twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower, 500cc, and the important element is that you pretty much have to use it as it comes out of the box. So no special carbs, no special exhausts. So it makes it more available and should be on a level playing field for everybody. Hull design, skirt design is entirely up to the driver. They're only allowed to use the one fan to provide lift and thrust. And there's another element in this, only for this category. There is a weight restriction as well, an hour weighed. So that can sometimes be an element. We do have our world champion for Formula 50 here, Josh Morales, and number 43. We've got our World Championships coming up in a few weeks now at Whittleby Park. So if you fancy coming up to that, that'll be the 21st, which is a Friday, through to the 23rd. So that's August. And if you're wondering where Whittleby Park is, it is right next to Silverstone, literally next to it. Right, coming back to the formulas. So that's Formula 50. Formula 3s, I'll give you more of a brief, a bit more information on that when I get back to the media trailer, because I can see them starting to form up. So Formula 3, we're looking at, if you run the 2-stroke, then it's under 450cc air-cooled. And if you're running the 2-stroke that's water-cooled, then it has to be under 250cc. And if you choose a 4-stroke, then it has to be under 500cc. So the grid is set up on a 4-3-4-3 basis, and I'll run through the grid in just a moment. So pole sitter for the race is number 57, Dave Elston. Second spot, our world champion, 43, Josh Morales. So why is he on second spot? Well, he got a penalty yesterday and he pushed him down the field, so he's working his way back up. And third spot is, that should be number 135. That craft is currently missing. That is a Formula 3, actually, that's made his way up into the front row. That's going to be Charlie Clark. But currently missing. So completing the front row, number 50, Richard Worthington. Row 2 is going to be Nick Drew. Nick Drew should be there, but he's not. Number 81. So Ben Lambert, 86, is there. 117, Elliot Folland is there. So these are all Formula 50s at the moment. Then row 3, we got 79. Ree Barnes, Formula 50, then 51, Georgia Olner, Formula 50, then 98, Serena Hackett this time, in a Formula 50. Then completing row 3, we got 169, and that is Keris Rhodes, and she's in a Formula 3. Going back to row 4, we've got 147, Nathan Ash, and he's running a Formula 3. Then 167, Nancy Devlin, Formula 3. And then, she's not there. I just noticed Nancy's not there. And completing row 4 is number 72, Kian Olner. So whilst I've been running through the grid, number 135, Charlie Clark in the Formula 3 is now into his slot on the front row in third. Okay, I've just been informed that Nancy Devlin, number 167, they're still working on the craft. It's got a few technical issues, so there's still a possibility that craft may still make it out onto the into the race. So 11 craft on the grid at the moment. So the start procedure for each race is a set of traffic lights. Unless something goes wrong with them, then we go back to the old-fashioned flag. But there is a light sequence they'll go through to start each race. So once we go through the 5-minute board, which I suspect we may have gone through, that is down in the paddock, then the drivers will be given the 2-minute board and the 1-minute board on the actual grid. And that's the 2-minute board, that's when we usually start seeing the drivers firing up their engines to get ready. Okay, so the 2-minute board has gone up. I've just had a heads up that Nancy Devlin may be making it onto the well, she won't make it onto the grid now because she's now forfeited her position as 2-minute board's just gone up. But she may be a late starter from the paddock, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Nancy in a Formula 3 craft. And we're now on the 1 minute board. Must be coming up to the lights. Here we go, and they're away. And the grid has cleared. They go up and over the rise. It's 43 in the lead now with 57 Dave Elston, who was the pole setter, dropping into second. Well, as they go to the top of the field by the big tree there, they wend their way back down again and dropping onto the water. 43, audio is starting to open up a little of a gap. Then it's 57, 50, 86, 117, 51, 135, and then I've lost it. We got a drone up there looking at the craft. So the gap between first and second at the moment, already 4 seconds, just over. So I'm looking down for the lead Formula 3 craft. That's Charlie Clark, number 135. He's currently 7th overall, but he's the lead F3 with Nathan Ash just behind, literally just behind, number 147. So the battle for the F3 lead is definitely on. Just 0.03 of a second between the two of them. So the gap between first and second now. Josh Morales has already gone through. Dave Elston still in a comfortable second at the moment, but he is 8 seconds behind. Richard Worthington is number 50. He's currently third. Then fourth, Elliot Fulham 117. Then Ben Lambert 86. George Rowland 51. Then we get to the Formula 3s, and that is now Nathan Ash 147. That is the lead F3 craft, with Charlie Clark in second, number 135. Looks like Charlie's dropped back about 5 seconds from Nathan. Well, 3 laps gone. Nancy Devlin comes out as a late starter. She's just gone through. So the battle is on for third spot. Looking at the time difference, number 50 and 117. The gap, 0.4 of a second. So with 4 laps gone, Josh Morales, he's away and gone. Dave Elston still in a solid second, but he's 15 seconds now behind the leader. Elliot Folland in third, 4.7 seconds behind Dave Elston. Well, looking down the field, there's a 3-way battle by the looks of it between 86, 51 and 147. 147 being the Formula 3. Just about 1.5 seconds between those three craft. That's 86, 51 and 47. They're battling for 5th, 6th and 7th. And then further down the field, I can see a battle going on between 169 and 135. Charlie Clark is currently ahead of Kerris, but only by 0.7 of a second the last lap through. Well, I can see a craft stopped on the far side there. I'm just wondering whether that's Nancy Devlin. Saw in shot briefly. Maybe our camera crew can zoom in to see if that is Nancy on the very far side. Okay, yeah, I've just been told it is Nancy Devlin. Looks as though she's trying to get back on track, which is good. She's trying to feed back into the traffic, I think. Yeah, there we go. Nancy Devlin back on track, 167. Clearly an issue on the far side there, but she is back on track. So we've gone 7 laps, so we must be on the last lap board. Our leader's already gone through. Looking back for Dave Elston, there he is. So Dave Elston goes through 57 in second spot. 23.8 seconds behind the leader. So, and Elliot Folland is right on his tail with only 0.88 of a second between second and third. So let's see if our camera crew can pick up on that. This is the battle for second and third. They're on the far side. They've gone round by the U-turn at the top of the field, round by the big tree, and I'm following it on my screen now. Dave Elston still in second spot, 57, but Elliot Folland is definitely on his tail. Meanwhile, our leader goes through to take the win. So Josh Morales takes the win. I'm looking back at the lake, 57 Dave Elston out first, then 117 Elliot Folland. They go round the paddock turn. Dave Elston, unless he makes a mistake, should hold on to that second. Elliot's still battling though. Dave with some segments missing on the front. But it is close. Oh, it is close. But Dave Elston holds on to it. The gap, 0.479 seconds between second and third. I would say that was probably a couple of craft lengths. Coming through in fourth, Richard Wellington, number 50. Then 86, Ben Lambert. In fifth, sixth goes to Georgia Olner. And running further down the field, looks like 7th goes to Ree Barnes, 8th Nathan Ash overall, but Nathan is the first of the Formula 3, so Nathan Ash takes first in Formula 3. Sticking with the Formula 3s at the moment. Second goes to Charlie Clark, number 135. Third goes to 169 Caris Rhodes, and fourth goes to 167 Nancy Devlin. So coming back to the Formula 50s, I mentioned 79 Ree Barnes coming through in 7th. 8th goes to Serena Hackett. And then 9th goes to number 72 Kian Olner. Right, so that's our Formula 50s. So, just to mention here, if you've come along and you think, oh, mind having a go at this, we do have the facility now for you to hire one of the Formula 50 craft. We do have a Formula 50 craft that is available for you to hire either for 1 day or 2 days. You would obviously go out in the novices, but the craft would be all prepped for you. You just need to bring along a crash helmet and the appropriate clothing. If you're interested in that, the current prices for this year, with one more national race meeting to go, is £275 for 1 day and £460 for 2 days. That may change for next year. I can't give you any info on that, but if you are interested, then you can go to our main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, and you'll see the link on there, or you can direct email to info@hovercraft.org.uk, and that facility has been taken up a number of times this year. Now, if you just go onto Google and Google Arrive, Drive, Hovercraft to Race, it is the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain that organises it. You'll see the link there as well. Now, if you want to follow us on Facebook and Instagram, you are more than welcome to do that. The handle for that is @hovercraft_HCGB. And if you want to go and look at some short reels, some short clips, then Hovercraft Racing Reels, they're on Facebook and Instagram. They'll pop up as the initials HRR. There's lots of clips there on their feed. That's Facebook and Instagram, and interviews as well. So the craft coming out onto the grid now, we are looking at the colt race, so age 10 to 13 years of age. Now there is a list of engines that are allowed to use, but ultimately they are restricted on the amount of thrust they can actually produce out the back. So that's the limiting factor. So you will see on some of the craft like a covering piece on the front of the guard. This is actually to stop the air getting into the fan, so that if it was taken off, they would actually be producing too much thrust. So that is a restrictor, stopping the air going in and bringing the thrust coming out the back down to the level that is permitted. And so the colt's doing 6 laps, and I've just heard we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. So our grid for this race, we are looking at, in pole position, number 98, Philip Charnek from the Rusty Garage Racing Team. And in second spot is 134, Digby Dorman from the Phoenix Racing Team. And then completing the front row, 79, Hayden Norman. And we're on the 1-minute board now. 1 minute. So remember, this is just 6 laps. Oh, a bit of creeping there by the Phoenix team. Number 134. Looks like Digby got away with that. I was waiting for a full start, but he's obviously got away with it. Well, out of the lake first is Digby Dorman, 134 round the paddock turn. Philip Charnick in number 98, still very much in touch. The last time through, Philip was 4.2 seconds behind. Let's see what it is this time. Well, it's come down to 2.81 seconds. So Philip shaving off about 2 seconds off that last lap. And Hayden Norman, 79, still in third. And I can hear the 10-minute siren going up in the paddock for the next group. And that is going to be, we're up in the pace to the Formula 2s and the Formula 1s. So I'm following the craft coming out of the lake. Still Digby Dorman, 134, still in control. Round the paddock turn, 98, Philip Charnick, still there, very much in touch. So last lap through, it was 2.81 seconds. Let's see what it is this time. Well, that's opened up very marginally, 3.21 now. Almost 3.2 seconds. So midpoint in the race. So out of the lake again, 134. Digby Dorman, Phoenix Racing Team, still in control at the moment. Round the paddock turn. Scrubbed off a little bit of speed there, so it'll be interesting to see what the gap is between himself and Philip as they come through the line. It was 3.21. It's crept up marginally, 3.66. And Hayden Norman is 5 seconds, just over 5 seconds behind Philip. So still very much in touch. If any of them make a mistake, that could all change very quickly. So 4 laps gone, 2 laps to go. So all 3 of them on the lake at the same time, so that just shows how close they are together. And it looks as though Philip, visually, looks as though he may have caught up a little bit. The gap really is tightened down, I think, on the last lap. So it was 3.66. What is it this time? Digby goes through. 3.26. So Digby he's got to keep an eye on things now because Philip did close that gap down marginally, and Hayden in number 79 was 2.28 seconds behind Philip. So all very tight. As I say, any small mistake now and that could all change very quickly. Just the 1 lap to go now. Clean drop onto the water for Digby Dorman 134, the Phoenix Racing Team, and it looks as though he's opened up the gap as he comes out the lake. Oh, bit of a bounce there, but gets away with it. So around the paddock turn, the run to the line, and he's opened up that gap dramatically. Oh, and it's all changed coming out the lake. So Digby gets the win, but now it is Hayden Allman, 79, that takes second. So Philip, something's happened to Philip. He comes through in third. So something must have happened, I think, on the lake. The camera went off the shot, so I missed it. That's what I said. It could all change very quickly, and it did. So Digby Dorman 134, Phoenix Racing Team takes the win. Second goes to 79 Hayden Allman, and third goes to 98 Philip Charnock from the Rusty Garage Racing Team. So, as I said, the next group up, we're picking up the pace dramatically now. We're looking at the Formula 2 and Formula 1s. Formula 2's up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke, and there is a 4-stroke out there. That is number 89, Peter Symes Thompson. And just looking down on my sheet to see where the pole sitter is for the Formula 2s. Yeah, it is Pete Symes Thompson. He is the pole sitter for the Formula 2s. Although the Formula 2s and Formula 1s are jumbled up on the grid, Pete is on the front line, or front row, with the Formula 1s. So Formula 1, unlimited capacity, anything goes. Forget the CC. We're talking about grunt here, and that grunt is horsepower. So Formula 1 typically could have anything between 180 and 230 horsepower for thrust alone, plus a lift engine. 0 to 60, they'll accelerate most standard road cars, and they'll top out around about just over 80 mile an hour. Of course, no brakes, like any hovercraft. So when you consider them going round at, well, they won't be getting to 80 today on this circuit, but sort of 50, 60 wouldn't be out of the question, and you see how close they're racing. The skill level is quite something. So our pole sitter for this race, number 1, Callum Beale. Second at the World Championships 2 years ago in Solberg, Germany. He'll be looking to take the crown in a few weeks' time at Whittlebury Park. But alongside him is number 14, Adam Turnbull. They both have a win apiece this weekend. That shows how close it is between those two. Of course, the World Championships, there'll be other Formula 1s out there as well from other countries that will be looking to get into the mix. So, coming back to the front row of the grid again, in third spot is number 11, Jake Trussler, Team VHR F1. Then completing the front row is the first of the Formula 2s in a 4-stroke, number 89, Peter Symes Thompson. Row 2 is 68, Dan Turnbull. And a Formula 2, I think they're all looking down the grid. I think they're all going to be Formula 2s now. Oh, no, there's a Formula 1 right at the very back. So carry on with the Formula 2s at the moment. Row 2, 77, George Barnes. And watch out for him. I think he had an issue yesterday. And in fact, I've just realised he's not out in his F2 craft. He's borrowed his wife's craft, which is a Formula 50 spec craft, but is allowed out in this group. So George really up against it with that Formula 50 craft. And then alongside George is 119, the second of the VHR racing team, Josh Trussler, 119. So 2 Trussler boys out in this race, 1 in the F1, 1 in F2. Right, I'm going to quickly go through the rest because we're on the 2-minute board now. Row 3, we've got 45, Charlie Metcalf. 61 Dave Palfrey, 66 Phil Tattersall, and then 59 Oscar Lewington. That's row 3 complete. And then we've got on row 4 a Formula 1, didn't race yesterday, hence why he's at the back, number 7 Aaron Sutton. So 12 craft on the grid for this race. And we're looking at 8 laps now, but a whole lot quicker. So this race could be won and lost in the first 100 metres between, it really is going to be between number 1 and 14, but don't discount number 11 there on the front row. 1 minute to go now. As I say, Callum Beale, number 1, Adam Turnbull, number 14, both 1 win apiece yesterday, both won second place apiece, so they're on equal points at the moment. Here we go, we're on the lights, and we're away. So picking up the camera, I've missed it, dashing back in, trying to see it. So it looks so Adam Turnbull is in the lead, then Callum Beale 1 and 11, Jake Trussell, then a bit of a gap to the Formula 2s. So onto the water first, it is 14, 1, 11, that's the Formula 1s. And, oh, that was close, Adam Turnbull swinging wide, Callum taking the tighter line, didn't quite make the move, but it was close. The gap between first and second now, 1.278 seconds. Up to the top of the hill, or going through the chicane up to the top of the hill. It's still 14, followed by 1. 11, Jake Trussell dropping back marginally, but Callum Beale all over the back of Adam Turnbull as they sweep back down towards the lake. Right, here we go. The 2 front runners round the paddock turn. Adam gets it up on his side, scrubs a bit of speed off, picks it up again. The gap now, 0.858 of a second, so Callum has closed the gap down on that last lap. The lead F2 craft is 89, Peter Symes-Thompson, then Dan Turnbull, so dad to Adam, number 68, and then Dave Palfrey, 61. That's the lead 3 craft in Formula 2. So, Callum Beale all over the back of Adam. He's going to make the move on the water. Almost seems side by side. Adam taking the wider line. Oh, and Callum gets it all out of shape coming out of the lake and just clips a marker. And he's lost a little bit of ground there. The gap was 0.8. And it's now 2 seconds. So Callum has got to recatch with 3 laps gone. So the front runners are now in amongst the back markers as they drop down to the water. The F2s are now in with the Formula front to the Formula 1s that are doing battle for the lead. 59 is the meat in the sandwich there, as is Charlie Metcalf. 45, Callum getting slowed up there marginally as he goes round the paddock turn, just losing a bit of ground. So let's see what the gap is this time. It's 2.04 seconds last time through. It's 2.28, so not too much loss there, but it is going the wrong way for Callum at the moment. Oh no, Callum's pulled off to one side. Callum Beale has pulled off to one side as they're heading towards the chicane. He's pulled off to the left-hand side and stopped, so Adam is now away and gone. Jake Trussler is now moves up into second spot, number 11. So I'm not sure whether Callum's going to be back into the race or not. We'll see if we can get the camera crew to pick up on that at some point and see if he's working on the craft or whether he's just walked away from it. The gap between first and second for the Formula Ones, just over 6 seconds between Adam Turnbull, number 14, and Jake Trussler, number 11. For the Formula 2s, it is still Pete Symes-Thompson, number 89, that is leading, with Dan Turnbull just gone through, and he's some way back in second, but in a solid second, because Dave Palfrey's just gone through in third for the Formula 2s, number 61. Yeah, I see the waved yellow flag over there for Callum Beale. I can see the craft stop, but whether he's working on it, I don't think he is. So Adam Turnbull, the lead craft, Formula 1, round the paddock turn, number 14. The last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. The gap to Jake Trussler in second spot in the Formula 1's, number 11. The gap now 10.38 seconds. And here we go. Adam Turnbull, number 14, takes the win. Oh no! Jake Trussler heading towards the paddock turn. The thrust blades have gone. Jake Trussler, oh, disaster, with just a few hundred metres to go to finish the race. He was in second spot for the Formula Ones. His blades have gone on the thrust. I'm not quite sure what caused that, but he is... he's not going to get through the line. So that means actually overall Peter Symes-Thompson in the number 89 craft for the Formula 2s comes through overall second. He obviously takes the win for Formula 2. Dan Turnbull 68 takes second for the Formula 2s. Now, okay, so Jake Trussler, it may not be a complete disaster because it looks as though he's still going to come through in second spot because obviously Callum Beale dropped out. Aaron Sutton, I think, was lapped, so it looks as though Jake Trussler may have only dropped one place. Coming back to the Formula 2s. After Dan Turnbull in second, number 68. Third will go to Dave Palfrey, 61. Fourth will go to George Barnes, 77. Fifth will go to 45, Charlie Metcalf. Sixth will go to 59, Oscar Lewington. And well, somewhere along the line we lost Josh Trussler as well. So both the VHR craft. Not having a good race. I missed out. Missed where we lost Josh, but he's obviously dropped out of the race at some point. Right, okay, so the next group already ready to come out the paddock, and they are the juniors. So juniors up next, aged 13 to 16 years of age. So the specification craft they can use are the Formula 50, Formula 3 and the Formula 35 craft. No Formula 35s this weekend. So just Formula 3s and Formula 50s. So the juniors are doing the full 8 laps. It's only the colts that do 6. So whilst it looks as though we may have a short delay because of the craft that have broken down and a bit of course construction that's got to be done, I'm going to whip up to the public again with some flyers and some picture cards whilst the juniors are gridding up. Try and make this quick. So if you want any cards, kids, come down and see me. Right, obviously the kids want the picture cards, but if any of our adults want to enter the competition for the Hovercraft for up to 6 people, it's only £5 entry. There's a QR code on there so you can take it away with you and do it at home. The draw will be taken at our World Championships on the, I think, the 23rd of August. The racing will take place between the 21st and 23rd. Right, I've got a lot of excited kids here needs the cards, so I'm going to stop talking and hand out cards. Right, I've got to skedaddle. By the looks of it, we're less than 1 minute away, so I'm going to get caught this race if I'm not sure. Quick. Right, just made it back in time. 8 laps. The grid for this pole setter is 44 Lily Elston. Second spot is Harley Allman, 75. Third spot is 82 James Cooper. Completed the front row, 153 Emily Lewandon. Row 2, 132 from the Phoenix Racing team, Rudy Dorman, and then number 5 Lucas Rhodes. Here we go. We're coming up to the lights very shortly, and we're away. Well, Lily after a great start there, number 44. Right, okay. So, they cross the line. All change. It's Harley Allman that's the leader. 75. Lily Elston, 44 in second. 132, Rudy Dorman in third. Fourth is Lucas Rhodes, number 5. Fifth, 82, James Cooper. And sixth, Emily Lewandon, 153. Right, drop onto the water. It's still Harley Allman, 75, that's leading. Lily Elston, 44 in second. Harley with a small lead. It was 1.9 seconds on the last lap. Then 132, Rudy Dorman in third. So the gap this time through. Oh, Harley's opened up the gap marginally. It's now 2.08 seconds. And the gap between Lily Elston in second, 44, and Rudy Dorman, 132 in third, is 2.7 seconds. So not a great deal in it between those first three. And then we've got Lucas Rhodes, number 5, in fourth. Fifth is 82 James Cooper, and sixth is 153 Emily Lewandon. Emily hot on the tail of James Cooper by the looks of it. That battle for fifth and sixth, 0.56 of a second between the two of them. I can hear the siren going up in the paddock to call the next group forward. So we're 10 minutes away from the next group, and that's the novices. Lily Elston out to the lake, number 44 with a bit of a bounce. So Harley goes through with 4 laps gone now, midpoint in the race. The gap is now 6.14 seconds to Lily Elston, number 44 in second, and Lucas Rhodes in third, number 5. Rudy Dorman, by the looks of it, we've lost somewhere. I've missed that, so I'm not sure where Rudy's stopped. And it looks as though Emily Lewandon, 153, has got an issue. Oh, she actually stops right in front of me. She's got a rudder issue. She's lost her steering. I heard the message over the radio. She's realised herself, so Emily stopped right on the to the side of the grid. She pops the rudder back into position. She knows exactly what she's doing, and she will get back into the race. There we go. All done, fixed. So the rudder had just popped out of this bracket at the bottom, and she obviously realised, and she's popped it back in again and is back underway. So that will obviously move her down the field, but I'm not sure it actually makes any difference because we seem to have lost Rudy Dorman, who was in 6th spot in last. Emily was in 5th, so I don't think she's actually lost any places because Rudy Dorman somewhere has stopped. Right, the last lap through, the gap between first and second, 75 and 44, was 7.27 seconds. Let's see what it is this time. Harley goes through. Lily goes through, 3.39 seconds. So the gap was closed down with 6 laps gone. So 2 laps to go now for Lily to close down that gap and mount a challenge for the leader of this race. Lucas Rhodes still in a solid 3rd spot, number 5. So last lap board is out. Gap between first and second, 5.11. So barring any mistakes by Harley, he should take the win. And Harley drops onto the lake, nice and clean. 75. Out the lake clean. Round the paddock turn, just to run to the line. And Harley Ullman, 75, takes the win. And Lily Olsen, 44, comes through in second. 7.4 seconds behind. Looking back for third. At the moment, that's number 5, Lucas Rhodes. There he goes. Lucas goes through, number 5. He takes third. 4th, James Cooper, 82. Yep, he comes through in 4th. 5th will come to 153. Emily Lewandon. and Rudy, well, dropped out earlier in the race, number 132. So that sounds like the 5-minute board for the next group, and that is the novices. Right, I'm looking down at my list here. So the novices, pretty much self-explanatory. They are generally new drivers. That's what it's all about. New drivers have to do 15 races before they qualify up. They're allowed to use any of the main Formula craft. However, if they do use a Formula One, which is I'm not sure anybody's ever done that as a complete new novice, they are restricted in the amount of thrust they can actually produce out of the bag. So, looking at the grid we got for this race, these are all drivers that are re-qualifying. So, have dropped out for a period of time, some longer than others. So, pole sitter for this race is number 94, David Kemp. Now, he's been out of racing for some time. He drives Hovercraft quite a lot. He's actually part of a search and rescue Hovercraft team that's on the coastline. So David's very used to driving Hovercraft. And back in the day, many years ago, he was on TV with his father. I can't remember the name of the program. I should ask him. It was a competition that they had experts or people in the audience, no, not in the audience, on the stage that tried to guess whether a particular person could meet the challenge within a time frame. David's challenge was to drive a hovercraft round a race course blindfold. Yep, blindfold. He was taking instructions from his dad, who was sat behind, and he did actually achieve it. So there we go. David, also a former, I think, UK champion in one of the formulas many years ago. I think he was teamed up with Conrad Beale at the time. So he's come back this weekend. Lovely to see him back. Number 94, David Kemp. Second spot is David Worsdell, number 40 there in the Red Bull Racing Team colours. David, he's not the original owner of that craft. He's bought it. He's done his novices, however, he's decided to continue his novices this weekend just to build up his experience before he gets in amongst the proper F2s. So it's an F2 craft. Paul Tarpley, number 38, another returning driver, taking a few years out and returning. And Paul's had another mixed weekend with engine issues, but Paul Tarpley there in number 38 in the Formula 2. And then completing the front row is number 161, Sam O'Sullivan, racing in a Formula 3 craft. Sam also re-qualifying, I believe. So 138 also joined the grid there, and this is actually Joe Tarpley. So we've got father and son, I think it is, or certainly family out there, and so 138 and 38, both of them Tarpleys. So 5 crafts on the grid. They'll be doing the full 8 laps. Now, technically, we're on the 2-minute board, but we're on a hold. I'm not quite sure what the hold is for. Oh, this gives me an opportunity to have a quick chat with David Kemp. Right, for those of you old enough, the TV programme that David Kemp did the challenge on, blindfold, driving the Hovercraft, was a programme called You Bet. So there we go. For those of you who are old enough, the youngsters won't know it, but the programme was called You Bet, and that's what he appeared on. So that was quite a few years ago now, but... sounds as if we had a bit of course construction had to be done before we get this race underway. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board in just a moment. Looks maybe an issue with number 38, the thrust engine not firing up. So Paul Tarpley with a lift engine that's running, but I think, but not the thrust. So one of our marshals leaping into action to fire it up. Oh, there you go. Just needed a decent pull on it. Once you've been pulling it a few times, the old puffs tends to run out. So one of the marshals there just leaping in there. One pull and it was away. And now David Kemp with the same problem. So same marshal. Took one pull, it popped. Second pull, no, they've decided to pull it one side, and that is our pole sitter. So pole sitter currently pulled off to one side. I'm sure they're going to work on that and see if we can get him out into the grid. Well, not on the grid, but into the race. Because we are now coming up to the lights. And now Paul Tarpley's got a lift engine problem. Oh no, disaster. So, oh, same marshal. No, if lift engine's not fired up, so they're just dragging him out of the way for the moment. Thrust alone just power sled it off the grid. So we start. Oh, David Kemp's up running again. So David Kemp, number 94, he's sort of in pole position on the grid, but he's going to feed into the race. So away is Sam O'Sullivan, 161. He's the leader. 40, then 94, and we're still trying to get 38. Paul Tarpley, and he's away. And Joe Tarpley, I've just realised, has been pulled off the grid to one side. Oh dear, not a good day for the family. So Joe Tarpley, I'm not sure whether there doesn't seem to be any frantic action, so I don't know whether they're going to get that engine fired up and running or not. I'm not sure. So the novice is doing the full 8 laps. Still Sam O'Sullivan, 171, the leader. Sorry, 161, not 171, 161. And 40 in second spot, third is 94, And 40 David Worsdale moves through on the inside and takes the lead, but David Kemp hot on his heels. So for those of you watching online, you may notice that the number 40 craft is not showing up on the... Oh, it is showing up on the screen. Right, okay. I've just realised that number 40 David Worsdale is showing up on the screen, but the running order at the moment on my screen may not be correct, as they got a few issues in race control. So I'll just do a... Okay, so I've just been informed what the technical issue is. I won't go into the details, so I'll just visually look at the race and we'll ignore what's on the screen. So, pretty close as they go up the hill, and the order has changed. It's now 40 David Worsdale leading with 38 Paul Tarpley now in second, and David Kemp 94 drops to third. So they're all changing as they went up and over the rise there, up to the top of the field, turn at the big tree, and they'll make their way back down again towards the lake, where hopefully the camera will pick them up again. There we go. In fact, well, something's happened out of my view, because it's now Paul Tarpley that is leading. Number 38, David Kemp, number 94, is in second. David popped a whole load of segments. He did that yesterday. And it's the same corner that they've all let go again. Shouldn't be a major problem, but that will scrub a bit of speed off. So we've lost David Worsdale. Number 40, David Worsdale, is stopped on track, or maybe gone back to the paddock. I'll see if we can get the camera crew to pick up on where he stopped. Okay, so David is out of sight somewhere. The camera crew can't even spot him, so he's hidden behind a tree somewhere. So Paul Tarpley out of the lake, and now pulling away with a nice lead now. David Kemp exits the lake, 94 in second. So 4 laps gone, midpoint of the race. Oh, David Kemp must have a pretty good lift system on that craft, because he's got an awful lot of skirt damage and is still hovering incredibly well. Well, Sam O'Sullivan looks though well, he's still running. He's in third spot. I think he must have lost some ground somewhere. And so I can't rely on my screen at the moment because there's some technical issues. So I'm having to visually look at this race. So I may be getting this wrong, but as far as I can tell, it's Paul Tarpley leading, David Kemp in second, Sam O'Sullivan in third. The last lap board is now out. Our leader goes through. 1 lap to go now. 38 Paul Tarpley. David Kemp goes through second, some way back, but even with all that skirt damage, he's still going well. Obviously losing speed, but said earlier he must have an incredibly good lift system on that. So, Paul Tarpley, yes. He's finally won a race in the novices. He's been dogged with problems since he started racing at the beginning of the season with that craft, having returned after quite a few years out. And finally Paul gets a win. So really pleased for Paul about that one. Well, the other Tarpley on the far side there, 138, still waiting for the trailer to come and pick him up to go back to the paddock. So, yeah, 138, Joe Tarpley. So, David Kemp comes through to take second, number 94, and 161, Sam O'Sullivan takes third. Right, one more race now before we go for a break. And the next race up is the open race. And the craft already starting to form up at the paddock exit. So the open race open to all the main formulas, apart from the juniors, colts and novices. So we get a complete mixed bag out there on the grid. Right, the craft coming onto the grid now, so I'm not going to dash up to the public just now. Otherwise, be there for about 2 minutes and dashing back again. So what I'm going to do is we'll let this race run, and then we'll be opening up the paddock. I'll give you all the information on that. But what I'll do is at the same time, we'll come up to the public area with some more cards and the competition flyer, and answer any questions at the just after this race. So with the open race, it's a different championship to the national races, and this is where sometimes we get a team driver taking over the handlebars, as it were. Looking down to the grid, right in front of me, number 61. That's Katrina Hall. So her dad, Dave Bolfrey, races the nationals, and Katrina does the opens. So that's how that combination works. There's other combinations out there. Could be friends, generally family. This is where, if you think you fancy getting involved in the racing side, the actual racing yourself, this is where you could potentially look at sharing the cost with a family member or a friend, and so you can share the races and share the costs. Right, I'm going to start running through the grid. So, in pole position should be number 11, Jake Trussler. Now, Jake blew a fan in the Formula One race, so I'm not sure he's going to make it out. I'm going to see if I can get some inside information on that. So this is where they all start mixing up. So in second spot on the front row is 117, Elliot Folland in a Formula 50. Third spot is number 1, Conrad Bill. So Dad's out in the Formula 1 this time, number 1. Not the same craft as his son was. This is a prep for the World Championships. It looks identical, but I suspect it's not. So Conrad, a former World, European and national champion. And so World Championships, father and son both be racing out there together. So I'm just going to see if I can find out what's happened to Jake. Do you know if Jake's going to be out? Okay. It sounds as if that fan blowing may have done more damage, so I suspect it's unlikely he's going to make it out onto the grid, but we'll see. So Conrad Bill in the green craft there, green and grey, number 1. Oh, I've got to get off the grid. Completing the front row is Charlie, get the right Charlie Moore this time. Number 45 in the Formula 2. Row 2, Katrina Hall, I mentioned her, 61 in the Formula 2. Then 98, and that is Serena Hackett in a Formula 50. Row 3, we've got number 3, Cy France. Oh no, Oscar Lewington in a Formula 1. Then 169, Caris Rhodes in the Formula 50. No, sorry, Formula 3. Then 7, Aaron Sutton in the Formula 1. And then completing row 3, number 68. And that's not listed, and I got a suspicion that's Adam Turnbull. So 8 laps. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Well, Conrad Bill in that Formula 1, just stepping back a little bit there. He is running that engine and that craft in this weekend, so he's not pushing it to its max. He's also harbouring a shoulder injury, which he doesn't want to aggravate before the World, so don't expect major things from Conrad this weekend. This is all about prepping that craft ready for the Worlds, getting it all running, bedded down. So, on to the water first. Is it Elliot Folland? Yes, it is. 117. Then number 1, Conrad Bill. Then 45, Charlie Moore. 61, Katrina Hall. 7, Aaron Sutton. 68, Adam Turnbull. And then I think that was Oscar Lewington next. To pick them up as they come through. So 1 lap gone. We got a late starter out, 119. I think it's just gone past me, and that is Josh Trussler. Josh also having problems earlier, so he's made it out into this race, but he's a lap down. And he's running the Formula 2. And I've just been informed there's been an incident on track, but I'm not quite sure where. I can see 117, Elliot Folland. That's over on the... Ah, right, okay, where they go up the rise there. So about a couple of 100 metres after the start line, I see Elliot Folland 117 is out of the race by the looks of it. So Katrina Hall is leading, 61. Second is 45, Charlie Moore. Oh, Conrad Beale, where has he gone? He's slipped right down the order. So what my screen is telling me is Charlie Moore, 45, is second. Third is Aaron Sutton, number 7. Fourth is Adam Turnbull, 68. Fifth is 3, Oscar Lewington. 6th is 98, Serena Hackett. Then 7th, it's 169, Carys Rhodes. Then we get to Elliot Folland and Conrad Beale. Well, Josh Transfer is a lap down anyway, so he's got to unwind himself. So our lead craft, as far as I can see, is Katrina Hall, number 61. And crossing the line, almost nose to tail, Charlie Moore and Aaron Sutton, 0.39 of a second as they cross the line. Well, crossing the line, side to side. There's a great battle there going on between Aaron Sutton and Charlie Moore. Charlie just edging it at the moment in number 45. Aaron Sutton just 0.023 seconds behind. That's about half a craft length. Oh, and heading towards the line, our leader, 61, Katrina Hall. She goes through, but her hand's up in the air. She continues on, but her hand was definitely up in the air as she went across the line with 5 laps gone. So our new leader is Aaron Sutton, number 7. Charlie Moore, 45 in 3rd. 4th. Oscar Lewington, number 3, then Adam Turnbull, 68, Serena Hackett, 98 in 6th, 7th, Carys Rhodes, 169. It looks like, was that Carys just coming out of the lake? Could have been. Well, Katrina Hall still going. I'm not quite sure what the issue is. She's still tucked in behind Aaron Sutton, our leader. And as Aaron crosses the line, that's 6 laps gone. Katrina goes through in a solid second, 4.36 seconds beyond the leader. And then we got Charlie Moore with a lot of skirt damage there in number 45. And then 68, Adam Turnbull, Oscar Lewington, 3, Serena Hackett, number 98 in 6th. Right, our leader, 7, Aaron Sutton, now getting caught up with the back markers as he comes out of the lake. Shouldn't be a major problem as long as he keeps it clean going around the paddock turn, because Katrina Hall is still definitely within striking distance, so Aaron's got to be careful even though he's in that Formula 1. So Aaron Sutton squirts the throttle, he crosses the line to take the win. Katrina Hall goes through in 2nd. Oh. That's interesting. My screen has suddenly shown it the other way around, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. think there may be an issue with the timing on my screen, so I'm not going to run through the order at present because Aaron Sutton, I'm pretty sure, won that race. Or did he? Was it one lap to go? Have I got ahead of myself? I've got ahead of myself. It's one lap to go. There we go. Now he's crossing the line. So it is Aaron Sutton that takes the win. Right, okay, my screen has now corrected itself. So Aaron back on top again. That's what threw me earlier. So Katrina Hall comes through in second. Charlie Moore, 45, comes through in third. Fourth, 68, Adam Turnbull. Fifth will be number 3, Oscar Lewindon. Sixth, number 98, Serena Hackett. Seventh, 119, Josh Trussler. Eighth, 169, Carrish Rhodes. Ninth, 117, Elliot Folland. And then, well, Conrad Bill. I don't think you pick any points as Elliot Folland as well. I'm not sure whether both of those were involved in an incident, but they both dropped out early. Right, it looks as though our start time will be 2:45. Yeah, that's going to be on schedule. So our start time for the next race will be 2:45. So members of the public, if you want to go into the paddock and have a look around, you've got until 2:30. So you've got an hour. I'm going to pop up again now and see you all. And if there's any questions you've got, please feel free to ask. I've also got some cards, more cards. I'll see if I can get somebody to listen up in the paddock. If anybody from the Beale group or the Lewindon group, if you've got any cards, I've run out of your cards up here. So any drivers in the paddock area, we're opening up the paddock now for the public. If you've got any cards, picture cards, can you pop them up to me, sort of like ASAP, because I'm going to be popping up to see the public now, and I've running out. Right, so for those of you who've not been before, we're going to go for this break now, and we'll have another block of racing after this. So if you are going into the paddock to have a look around, please make sure you don't smoke. That includes e-cigarettes. And if you've got any small children with you, please make sure you don't touch the exhaust. They can be anywhere on the craft. And with this temperature at the moment, that heat will stay there. So please be careful with that. Right, I'm zipping up there again with my scooter. Collecting fan badges. Whose fan? Whose? Okay, just found out. So, well, his fan blades. Uh, right, okay, I've already got a queue forming for the picture cards. Drivers, any drivers down the paddock, if you've got any picture cards like the Bills or the Lewandons, can you pop them up ASAP? Because I'm running out. I've got VAT, VHR, and that's it at the moment. Well, I'm down there. If anybody's got any questions, please put your hand up. See if I can answer them. I'm fairly new to this sport. I've only been doing it 59 years, and we're celebrating 60 years of the club this year. So I've still got some cards left, or the competition. So the competition, it's a QR code on it. Obviously, you can £5, and it's a hovercraft experience for up to 6 people, and the draw will take place at our World Championships, which are between 21st and 23rd of August at Whittlebury Park, which is right next to Silverstone. One, two, three. Right. Just a bit of snippet of information. Oh, I've just spotted that green hovercraft operating down there. If you've been here for a few years now, you'll have seen that operating up and down. It's actually all electric, that craft. It's been built by my brother. It's the most advanced all electric craft in the world. It's built it purely as an amateur. So I said I've been doing this for 59 years. He's been doing it for just a few months more, because apparently when I joined, or when he joined, I was still at school and I didn't have enough pocket money, so I had to wait for my first job. But that's a whole different story. But he's operating up and down, so you'll see that technology is moving on. There's nowhere near any way of racing that craft, but it is being developed each year, and it is progressing forward. So if anybody's interested in that, then obviously please feel free to go down during the break and have a chat with him. But also, if you look online, you can look for, I think it's E-Hovercraft, and there'll be video clips and information about that craft online. So we're down here at Warily. Obviously, just along the road is the hovercraft going backwards and forwards, built by Griffin Hoverwork over on the Isle of Wight. Now, our World Championships this year at Whittlebury are being sponsored by Griffin Hoverwork. We have a close connection with them. In fact, Jake Trustler, who is racing number 11, actually works for Griffin Hoverwork. And his dad used to work for Griffin Hoverwork, and his dad is actually one of the pilots that drives the big stuff. Rob, that's Rob Trustler. He's sort of stopped racing now, bit this year, and handed over the mantle to the two boys, Jake and Josh. So it's just a bit of snippet of information there. And the original person to set up the Griffin company is actually here this weekend. He's still very much an active member of our club, and so the grassroots are still involved all these years on. Right, any kids? I'm losing my signal up here. It's too far. Any kids still want any cards up here whilst I'm here, or competition? The QR code. No, I'm walking back. If anybody's got any questions, please feel free to ask. Hands up, and I'll see if you've got a question. What's your question? You can. You can have. I'll take it. That's what you wanted. So I've got a 10-year-old young man here who would like to know what the maximum speed is. Well, that's an interesting question, because it all depends on which Formula craft you're talking about. But if you're talking about the Formula Ones, then we're talking about just over 80 miles an hour. No brakes. So 80 miles an hour, just over. They'd probably be doing around about 60 mile an hour on this short track. And they'll go faster from 0 to 60, faster than most road cars. That's fast, isn't it? Something I forgot to mention earlier for the members of the public. We are putting out a live feed this weekend on YouTube, as we normally do. So if you've been watching it before, you'll probably notice that we've upgraded the graphics this year, and that's still an ongoing progress. And so we're adding lap times and all that sort of stuff. So if you go home today and you want to look back at some action, then go to YouTube. The easiest way of finding it is just put in Gang Warily Hovercraft Racing 2026, and that should pretty much find you. The link, obviously there is a specific one. It's got loads of letters and numbers, and I stand no chance of remembering it. But so yeah, if you weren't here yesterday, then obviously you can go back and look at yesterday's racing and any of the racing that's taken place this year. Obviously we have this is our I think our fifth round. We started off in May with Allerton up north. We then moved down to Whittlebury, which is next to Silverstone in May, end of May. June, beginning of June, we were at Rother Valley Country Park near Sheffield. And then obviously we're here this weekend. Then in August 21st to 23rd, we got the World Championships sponsored by Griffin Hoverworks, sorry. And again, that's Whittlebury Park next to Silverstone. And then we finish our season again at Whittlebury Park 26th 27th of September, and that's our race season. Now back when we had the May one, we were also running a combined UK and European round of the championships, so the racing not confined just to the UK, although we have the biggest club around the world. Right, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now past. So we are looking at 15 minutes away from the start of racing again. So any members of the public in the paddock area, can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next couple of minutes? The craft will be coming out onto the grid at about 25 to. Right, I'm going to quickly whiz up to the spectators again because I've just been given some more cards for the Team Beal, which I had yesterday and I ran out. So I've been topped up again. So anybody wants a Team Beal card, like the kids, I'm going to be along there in just a moment. So make your way down to the rope and I'll get them to you. Right, final call for any members of the public in the paddock area. Can you please now make your way back to the public viewing area? Thank you. Right, I will be over in a minute. I've just been given just a small handful of cards for the Lewandon race team. So there's only about 4 or 5 cards. So if you're collecting them, I've got just a handful there. I'll be over in just a moment. So that's the Predator Raptor team. Yes. Right, that's handed out the cards for the kids. If anybody else wants them, I've still got a few here. For the parents, I've got the competition cards here with the QR code on. It's a competition we're running for our World Championships in a few weeks' time at Whittlebury. It's a QR code on it. It's a hovercraft experience for 6 people. So if you ever thought, oh, I'd like to have a drive on one, there's your chance. It's a £5 to enter. And if you want one of those leaflets, I can drop you. And I think I've just heard the siren going for the 10-minute board in the paddock. So we're 10 minutes away from the start now. So if you weren't here earlier, then we'll be having 6 races coming up. I will explain each formula as they come up. 8 laps for all the races apart from the Colts. They only do 6. And first craft on the grid will be a mix of Formula 50 and Formula 3. And I'll explain that in just a moment. Looks like I might have a minute or two. If anybody's got any questions they want to ask, please put your hand up and I'll see if I can answer them. No, nobody, no hands going up. You're all very knowledgeable. I know a lot of you have been here for many, many years to see the racing, so it's always great to see you back again. And for those new people, yeah, it'd be lovely to see you again next year. We have been here, I don't know the exact number, but it is more than 30 years. So the sport itself goes back to 60 years ago. So we're celebrating 60 years of the club this year. I've been involved for 59 of those years. And you're thinking, oh my God, were you born then? Yeah, I was. I am that old. So I just had the question, is it the same weekend? No, we do move it around a bit. It depends what is happening. Quite often it's on a bank holiday weekend. But this year it couldn't be because of the World Championships. It would have clashed with that. So we moved it to early in the season. So there's factors that come into it. So it could be the bank holiday weekend or it could be earlier. But it generally goes out on Facebook. We do sort of put it out on Facebook and sort of that sort of social media. So as I explained just now, the 2 formulas on the grid. Formula 50, so that's based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin-cylinder air-cooled, and the important elements to this category is that they have to run the engine pretty much as it comes out of the box. Okay, it's been out of the box for quite a few years, but they're not allowed to put any tuned exhaust or special carburetors on. And there are a few things you can do, like rotating the heads round for improving the air cooling. The other factors that come into it, you're only allowed to use the engine to run one fan, which provides lift and thrust. The other element is that it is weight restricted on this category, so the craft are weighed, craft and driver. And so that's the Formula 50. Formula 3, we are looking at, if you run 2 strokes, then it's under 450cc air cooled, or if it's water cooled, then under 250cc water cooled. And if you're running a 4-stroke, then it's under 500cc. So the grid for this race, we've got in pole position 57 Dave Elston, second spot the world champion 43 Josh Morales, crowned 2 years ago in Germany, and then in third spot number 50 Richard Worthington, and completing the front row is not a Formula 50, it's a Formula 3, and that's 135 Charlie Clark. Second row, we've got 86 Ben Lambert. And then we got, well, it should be Elliot Follen, but Elliot had a problem earlier, and I'm not sure whether it's going to go out. He broke a fan, so we'll have to see on that one. 79, Ree Barnes, she's there on the second row. Row 3, we've got Georgia Olner, 51. Then it should be Nick Drew, 81, but again, problems with that craft, I believe. Then we got 169. That is Kerris Rhodes, again a Formula 3. Oh, coming through, that's good news. 117, Elliot Follen drops into the second row in a Formula 50. Coming back to row 3, we've got 98, Maciek Uchman in a Formula 50. That's row 3 complete. Row 4, we've got 147 Nathan Ash in a Formula 3. Another Formula 3, 167 Nancy Devlin. And then a Formula 50, number 72, Kian Olner. So just a reminder, all of the races this afternoon now 8 laps apart from the Colts. So the Colts are just doing 6 laps. Well, looks like we've got 13 craft on the grid in total. I think we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. There we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. And we're 1 minute now. 1 minute away from the start. Watch out for the world champion, 43, Josh Morales. We're on the lights. He's going to try and get into the front as soon as possible. Can he do it? Dave Olsen's off to a great start. Side by side between 43 and 57, but it is 43. Josh Morales that outsprints Dave Olsen away from the line. So up the top of the field, it is Josh Morales, 43, that is already starting to open up a gap to 57 Dave Olsen. Then it's 50 Richard Worthington. And they are dropping onto the water now. So out of the lake, it's 43, 57, 50, 86, 117. 135, 79, 147, 51, 169, and Marcek Ilkman, 98, spins off to one side and rejoins the group at the back end. So the gap already between first and second spot is 3.86 seconds. So first out of the lake is 43, followed by 57, then 50, 86, then 117. So 2 laps gone. The gap now between first and second, almost 6 seconds. Gap between second and third is 2.1 seconds. So that's Dave Elston and Richard Worthington. Looking at the, we've got a drone up in the air, looking at the aerial shot of the top end of the field where they turn to the big tree, make their way back down to the lake. '57 Dave Elston in second spot, still got very much in touch. Richard Worthington, number 50. Still very much within striking distance. Then it's 86, followed by 117. Again, that's another battle going on. That's the fourth and fifth spot. So the lead Formula 3 craft, looking at my screen, that is going to be 135 Charlie Clark. He's up in 6th overall, but leading the Formula 3s. Second in Formula 3s, 147 Nathan Ash. Third, 169 Keris Rhodes. Fourth, 167 Nancy Devlin. Oh, and somebody spinning wide on the lake there. That's 135. Losing a few places, but that is a Formula 3, so I'm not sure. That was Charlie Clark, so I'm not sure whether that's an impact on his position, but he certainly swung wide and let other craft through, but they would have been Formula 50, so I don't think there's any change of places for... Oh, no, there is. Nathan Ash, 147, is now leading the Formula 3s. Charlie Clark drops to second. Coming back to the Formula 50s, the lead craft, Josh Morales, 4 laps gone. So we're over midpoint in the race now with 10 seconds ahead of Dave Elston. Dave has still got Richard Worthington, number 50, on his tail, 1.12 seconds behind. And they've got caught up behind Nancy Devlin in that Formula 3. So coming round the paddock turn, 57 Dave Elston has managed to get past Richard Worthington, now squeezing past Nancy. So they've both made a clean pass. No change of position at the moment. The gap between those two is 0.9 of a second, though. It is closed down. The battle for second is definitely on. It looks as though there may be a craft stopped up at the top of the field by the big tree. I'll see if we can get the camera crew to zoom in on that in a minute and see who that is. But it looks as though that may be one craft that's stopped up there. That could be number 98, I'm not sure. So there's that craft at the top of the hill. Those watching online, you can see that, but I haven't managed to work out who that is. It could be Maciek Uckman or Kian Olner, to be honest. 6 laps gone. And in fact, the last lap board is now out. The leader goes through. 1 lap to go. Looking for Dave Elston, who's in second spot. He's round the paddock turn now. He's managed to open up the gap to Richard Worthington, number 50. So Dave goes through. He's 20 seconds behind the leader. Richard Worthington goes through in number 50. He's 3.5 seconds behind now. Then it's Ben Lambert, 86. Elliot Fulham, 117. Elliot just 0.9 of a second behind Ben Lambert, number 86. And our world champion, number 43, Josh Morales, takes the win. So coming out the lake, I'm looking at the battle between 86 Ben Lambert and 117 Elliot Folland. Elliot all over the back of Ben, trying to force him into mistake as they go round the paddock turn. Looks as though Dave Elston has already gone through in second spot. And third place goes to Richard Worthington, number 50. And Ben Lambert, number 86, holding on to that full spot with Elliot Folland, number 117, just 0.66 of a second behind. Then we come into the Formula 3s. Formula 3, win goes to 147 Nathan Ash. Second goes to 135 Charlie Clark. Third goes to 169 Caris Rhodes. Then it's fourth goes to 167 Nancy Devlin. Coming back to the Formula 50s, after Elliot Folland in fifth, we've got Reed Barnes in sixth in number 79. Seventh goes to 51 Georgia Olner. Then Kian Olner, her brother, in eighth, I think it is. So, with that particular category, the Formula 50s, if you have sort of come along to watch today and it may be your first time, or if you've been before, you know the Formula 50 craft. There is a Formula 50 craft that you can actually hire now. We've done this for a few seasons now. It's called Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. It's organised by us, the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain. It's a Formula 50 craft. You could book it for a day racing, which is £275 or £460 for 2 days. That's the price this year. You'd obviously have to contact the club to find out whether there's availability at our next race meeting in September at Whittlebury. But if you go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, you'll find the details on there. If you want to direct contact to find out availability either for this year or next and get in early, then the email address is info@hovercraft.org.uk. So whilst we're waiting for the next group to come out, we are looking at the colts now, so age 10 to 13. They are restricted in what they can run engine-wise. There's a list of engines they can use, but ultimately at the end of the day they are restricted to the amount of thrust they can actually produce out of the back. So you will see on some of the craft like a plate over the top part of the fan guard. That's just restricting the air going into the fan and obviously affecting the amount of thrust that comes out of the back and bringing them into the limits. Now, if you do go away from today and you just want to go and look at some clips of racing or even interviews, then a good place to go to is Hovercraft Racing Reels. So that you'll see it for short, HRR. You can find them on Facebook and Instagram. And obviously, if you want to follow us on Facebook and Instagram, then the handle is @hovercraft_HCGB. So, pole sitter for this race is number 98, and that is Philip Charnock from the Rusty Garage Racing Team. Second spot is 134, Digby Dorman from the Phoenix Racing Team. And then completing the front row, number 79, Hayden Norman. And they're on the 2-minute board, so a quick turnaround. 6 laps for this group. They're the only group that do 6 laps. Don't forget they're 10 to 13 years of age. Alright, we're now 1 minute away from the start. Engine rev starting to pick up a little bit now. Throttle hand is starting to twitch. Must be coming up to the lights very shortly. There we go. Hammer away. Well, 98. Philip Charnock looks as though he's up the rise there and into the chicane section first, followed by 134 Rudy Dorman. Digby Dorman, and then Hayden Norman 79 in third. Now, at the end of the last race, they were all very close together at the end. So let's see what happens this time. Well, Philip out of the lake, and he's already pulled a big lead over Digby Dorman in second spot, number 134. Well, the gap at the moment between first and second is almost 12 seconds. See if that comes down. See if Digby can close that gap down. And Hayden just 3.4 seconds behind Digby, so still very much in touch. Meanwhile, our leader drops onto the water. I got a feeling there's a bit of skirt damage on the front there. He dropped on not quite as clean as he should be, and the hand is up. So our leader is in trouble. I saw a segment with a bit of skirt damage, but I'm wondering whether he's got the engine power and the wave yellow flag. He's got out of the lake, but he's actually stopped. So it looks as though he's got an engine problem. He's managed to pull far enough away for the two others to squeeze through. So Philip, number 98, with an issue. And is currently stopped on track just after the water exit. So it's between 134 and 79 at the moment. The gap between those two, 1.32 seconds. So the gap has come down. 2 laps gone. Well, Philip back up and running again. He crossed the line with a reasonable amount of speed, so I'm not quite sure what the issue was, but he's definitely back on track. So midpoint of the race now, 3 laps gone. Well, last time through, Digby Dorman just had 1 second gap to Hayden. So Hayden, number 79, he's just trying to push Digby into make a mistake because he was just 1 second behind on the last lap. Going round the paddock turn now. As they run through the line, that is 4 laps completed. 2 laps to go now. And Digby with some skirt damage on that front left corner. The gap this time 1.12, so it's crept up a little bit, but not a great deal. But Digby has definitely got skirt damage on that front left corner. And Philip, well, he's still going strong, but a long way back now. He's going to have to settle for 3rd spot. So as they come out of the lake, it's all getting very tight. And 79 Hayden Norman's alongside as they come around the paddock turn. Oh, we saw the moment there. Digby swinging wide. Hayden said, "Thank you very much, I'm coming through." And the last lap board is now up. 1 lap to go. And Hayden having passed Digby in second. Digby dropping 1.85 seconds behind Hayden as they cross the line. And Philip goes through. Well, the gap to Philip from Digby is 22.5 seconds, so no way he's going to catch that unless something happens to Digby. So Hayden exits the lake. Nice and clean round the paddock turn. Looks as though he's opened up a nice gap from to Digby in second. Number 134. There we go. Hayden Norman. Oh, big punch in the air from Hayden. I think he's very happy with that. I got a feeling that's his first ever win. So well done to Hayden. Lovely move there that he made with 2 laps to go. Digby Dorman 134 coming through in second. And 98 Philip Charnock will take 3rd. Right, we are now picking up the pace quite a bit now. We're going into the Formula 2s and Formula 1s. I don't see them at the paddock exit at the moment, but so just running through their spec for that particular 2 groups. So Formula 2 up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. There is one 4-stroke out there, number 89 Peter Symes Thompson. And let me look at my grid sheet. Yep, he is the lead Formula 2 craft with that big 4-stroke. Then we go on to the Formula 1s, unlimited capacity, anything goes. Forget the CC, we're looking at horsepower. And that horsepower, just for the thrust engine alone, will be somewhere in the order of between about 180 and 230 horsepower. Their top speed will be just over 80 miles an hour. 0 to 60, they'll out-accelerate most standard road cars. So coming out onto the grid now. George Barnes, number 77, first one out. His own craft having an issue, so he's borrowed his wife's Formula 50 craft to go out in this Formula 2 category, which he can do. So it's all about picking up points for George. He's not going to be in a position to get the top positions, but it's all about points. Oh, that's a good sight to see. Jake Trussler, who blew a fan earlier, they've managed to get all the repair work done, and Jake Trussler, number 11, coming out onto the grid. His brother, 119, had problems earlier as well. He's also on the grid, but he's running a Formula 2. So Jake in the Formula 1, Josh in the Formula 2. So, on the grid, pole position, number 14, Adam Turnbull. 2 wins, 1 second so far this weekend. In second spot, number 1, Callum Bill. He's got 1 win, 2 seconds. So, we could end up with a tie at the end of this if Callum wins. And if he does win, then on countback, he will, I think, win the weekend. But let's see what happens. Adam is rapid off the line, and it's very much a case of Callum trying to force him into making a mistake. Third spot, number 11, Jake Trussler. And say, blew a fan earlier. Didn't just blow the fan, it did some damage as well, which they've managed to now get repaired. And that completes the Formula 1s on the front row, and then we run into the Formula 2s. That's 89 Peter Symes Thompson with the yellow craft running that big 4-stroke. Then on row 2 we got number 68 running a Formula 2. This time it's Dan Turnbull, dad to son. Son's on pole, dad's on second, but they are running completely different spec craft. Alongside Dan is 77, George Barnes, as I say, his own craft out of action, so he's borrowed his wife's Formula 50. So it's very much a case of, as I said before, picking up some points for George. Then completing row 2 is 61, Dave Palfrey. Row 2, we got Charlie Metcalf in a Formula 2, number 45. Then 119, Josh Trussler. And in a Formula 2, then 59. Is it 59? Let me get that right. Yes, 59, Oscar Lewin in the Formula 2. And then we got another Formula 1, Aaron Sutton, number 7. Didn't race yesterday, hence why he's further down the field. We're on the 2-minute board now. And then on row 4, we've got Phil Tassel in the Formula 2, number 66. So 12 craft on the grid for this race. And 1 minute away from the start now, 1 minute. Coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're going through the sequence. And we're away. Adam Turnbull off like a rocket and goes into the lead. At Callum tucking in behind in second spot. Then it's Peter Symes-Thompson, 89 in that Formula 2. Then Jake Trussler, number 11 in fourth at the moment. So, Adam Turnbull, as they weave back down to the lake, having gone past the big tree at the top of the field there, he's still leading. Callum Beale is still hot on his tail as they drop onto the water. Let's have a look at the gap. Adam just getting a bit flighty there, as does Callum. The gap 1.2 seconds. So going back up the field to make that hairpin turn round at the big tree. Still 14 Adam Turnbull leading. Callum in second spot, tucked in behind. Those two pulled away from the rest of the field. Third is third overall is the Formula 2, 89, Peter Symes-Thompson. Then we've got Jake Trussell, number 11, then 68, Dan Turnbull, then Dave Palfrey, 61. Coming back to the two Formula 1s going through. What's the gap this time? It was 1.2, it's now 0.846. Callum all over the back of Adam as they go up the rise there and go up to the top of the field to make that hairpin turn. Trying to cut on the inside, not quite making it as they run back down towards the lake. It's going to be, Adam is under an awful lot of pressure from Callum, who's trying to make Adam make a mistake. As they turn at the buoy, Adam going slightly wide, Callum getting the tighter line, not quite getting alongside, so he has to tuck back in as they come round the paddock turn. What's the gap this time? It was 0.84. Oh, it's crept up a little bit, but not much, 1.02. And Callum getting all out of shape as he, about 100 metres after the start-finish line, all out of shape, so he's lost some ground on the leader. Adam Turnbull now assigned to Lapcraft. And, talking about Turnbulls, Dan Turnbull, 68, has just stopped on the finish line. So Dan Turnbull in that F2, and that looks a bit terminal. He's not doing anything with it apart from pulling it to one side. So back to the front runners. Adam now getting caught with the back markers. The gap between first and second, 1.09. So Callum has closed the gap back down again. Third, just gone across the line. Third overall, but the lead F2 craft, 89 Peter Symes-Thompson. Well clear of second spot for the Formula 2s. Well, that was Dan Turnbull. He's now out. It's just gone through. Dave Palfrey is now in second in number 61. Right, out of the lake, 14-1. They're now behind the Formula 2, 66. And this could be a deciding factor. Callum Beale trying to go around the outside. No, not quite making it. Phil Tassel, the meat in the sandwich between those two Formula 1s. And the gap 0.84 as they cross the line. So Adam managed to squeeze through on the inside. Callum tried to get through on the outside by keeping the speed up, but didn't quite make it. That's 5 laps gone now, 3 laps to go. Onto the lake. 14-1 as they exit. Another back marker they're going to try and get past, going around the paddock turn. And that back marker moving to one side by the looks of it. Oh no, Callum Bill goes through and he's looking down, and I think he's got an issue because he's dropping back from Adam. He certainly was not on full throttle as he went past me. I think Callum Bill's got a problem. He's dropping back. He's still running, but he's dropping back. Well, looking back down the field to see if there's any close battles going on. The closest one, I think, is between Aaron Sutton, number 7, and Dave Palfrey, number 61. So that's a Formula 1 and a Formula 2. 1.7 seconds between the two of those. 6 laps gone. In fact, the last lap board has just gone out. Adam Turnbull's just gone through, so 1 lap to go now. So our leader, Adam Turnbull, number 14, round the paddock turn for the last time. The final race for the Formula 1s and Formula 2s. Adam Turnbull packs the lift engine, and he takes the win. A comfortable win in the end, with Callum Bill dropping out of the race. Callum still showing second on my chart. Let's see how that pans out in the end. He may drop down the field. I think the two of them were far ahead of the rest of the Formula 1s. And Callum actually running through the line, so he does complete the race. So it looks as though Callum will come through in second. And Jake Trussler, number 11, comes through in third. Fourth goes to Aaron Sutton. That's the Formula 1s. Looking at the Formula 2s now. The first place goes to 89 Peter Symes Thompson. Second goes to Dave Palfrey, 61. Third goes to 59 Oscar Lewandon. Fourth goes to 66 Phil Tattersall. Then we got fifth, I think. Fifth is 77 George Barnes. Sixth is 45 Charlie Metcalf. And then Dan Turnbull, who's, well, stranded on the start-finish line with a dead craft. And Josh Trussler, obviously at some point must have dropped out as well, because he's well down the field. He's come through in last place, but he must have stopped somewhere. Right, next group up are the juniors. So the juniors are aged 13 to 16 years of age, and they'll be doing the full 8 laps. So the category craft they can run are the Formula 3s, Formula 50s, and the F35s. There's no F35s this weekend anyway. So coming up this afternoon, we've got this junior race, a novice race, then an open race before we finish the day. So just to mention again, our World Championships in, well, just a few weeks now. We're talking weeks rather than months. 21st to 23rd of August. Sponsored by Griffin Hoverwork. Sorry, Griffin Marine, not Hoverwork. Griffin Marine. They've changed their name over the years, and it's Griffin Marine now. So they are one of our primary sponsors for that event. And if you wonder where Whittleby Park is, it's right next to Silverstone. So Griffin Marine, if you're not familiar with them, they are obviously the builders of the craft that go across the Isle of Wight on a daily basis. And number 11, Jake Trusser, actually works for them. So, with the craft dropping onto the grid, let's run through who's there. Pole position, number 44, Lily Elston. Second spot, 75, Harley Ullman. Harley taking the win on the last race, I seem to recollect. Third spot, 82, James Cooper. And completing the front row, 153, Tyler Reynolds. Tyler teaming up with Emily Lewandon, but it's Tyler out this time. So we're on 2 minutes and a hold. I'll come back to that in a moment. Second row, we got number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Then 132, Rudy Dorman. We should also have number 95, Dylan Clark out there, but he's no sight of him at the moment. So we've gone on 2 minutes and hold. That means there must be an issue somewhere. We just put the drivers on notice. So what that means is if anybody comes out as a late starter, that 2 minutes has been frozen in time now. It means that they forfeited their group position and they start at the back. So 6 craft on the grid. Sounds as if we were waiting on the recovery team before we get this race underway. And that is for the number 1 craft, Callum Beale. He went through the line, but obviously that engine issue, I suspect may have been the thrust engine. It wouldn't keep going enough to get him back to the paddock. So whilst we were just talking about Callum's craft there, you did see his dad out in what looked like the same craft, but it was actually identical. Well, it looked the same, should we say. But that craft has been built especially for the World Championships. So Dad racing the World Championships as well in a separate craft. So the father and son will be out there in very similar craft. Going for the World Championship. Callum came second last time. Conrad did actually race, but he borrowed a craft, and so he wasn't quite up to matching his son's pace. Callum only just missed out on the world title because he was involved in an incident on one of the races and dropped a whole load of points. So Conrad himself, the dad, former world, European and world champion, so a great pedigree there. In fact, Callum and his sister Abby, who would have been racing this weekend, but she had a bit of an accident yesterday, and not racing, but twisted her ankle, and she's unable to race this weekend. They come through as a long line of family that have been racing. So Callum and Abby are the newest ones. Conrad, their father, has raced. Even Mum, Louise, has raced. And then you go back to Louise's father. He raced. And then Conrad's dad, yeah, he raced. I raced against him back in the day. He was a champion, European and UK champion, and the first person to cross the English Channel in a light hovercraft. And then you go back to his in-laws and father-in-law race as well. So quite a long lineage in the Beale family, as we say. And I know some of you have been coming here for quite a few years and obviously watched Callum and Abby come up through the years, coming through from juniors up through to the adult section. Well, if I'd realised it was going to take this long, I would have come up and seen you all again. But let's see how long we're going to be now. Don't forget, if you do go away from today, the main club website for the whole of the UK is www.hovercraft.org.uk. The club that actually runs this one is a very, very small club, and it's the southern branch. So if you fancy getting involved, even if it's not just if you don't get a craft, they're always looking for people to help run the actual event. There's a lot of groundwork goes in to preparing for an event like this. Go to the main club website and you'll find the local branches. If you're not local to here, there's other branches. The next nearest one will be the branch that I'm involved in, which is the Chilterns branch. And so that's sort of up around the Aylesbury area. And of course, we're always looking for marshals, any sort of officials, lap scorers, scrutineers, etc., etc. And I know through this particular site, we've actually had members of the public watched and then actually joined in. Two of our marshals this weekend are local to here, live here, spent many years watching, and now are down here marshalling. So there we go. Right, I'm going to have a quick go at whizzing up there again because it looks like maybe a few more minutes with some more cards and leaflets. So I'm going to whiz up very quickly. So if anybody wants them... Oh, no, I've got somebody talking in my ear saying we're going to be starting, so I won't do that. So I'll see if I can come up at the end of the racing. So if anybody wants anything... Callum Beale now just going past me on the trailer. Well, that'll be prep work now for the World Championships. Hopefully nothing major. Right, we are now on the 2-minute board properly. There we go. 2 minutes away from the start. Right, we're now on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from the start. So the juniors, but doing the full 8 laps. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Great start by Lily Elson, 44, but Harley Ullman, 75, trying to match her as they go up and over that rise. Tucking in behind her, I think. Yep, he hasn't quite matched the pace of Lily as she goes through and opens up a small gap as they go to the top of the field and turn to the big tree. Go on to the lake first. Lily Elson, 44. Harley Ullman, oh, he's definitely within striking distance. Lily's got to keep it clean at the moment. And she comes out with a bit of a bounce and sidewards. Gets it back under control, but lost a few seconds there, I suspect. So the gap between Lily Elson 44 and Harley Ullman 75, 1.96 seconds as they cross the line. Tyler 5 seconds behind Harley in 153. Then it's James Cooper 82, 5 Lucas Rhodes. Then 132 crossing the line Rudy Dorman. Well, dropping onto the water, Lily opening up a very small gap by the looks of it, visually, as she comes out of the lake. Bit cleaner this time. Oh, Lily's popped a segment on the front. So when I say popped a segment, she's got one segment that's come partially undone. Shouldn't be a major problem, but she's going to have to be careful, especially when she drops onto the water, because the cushion pressure will be a little bit softer. So she's going to have to be a bit careful dropping onto the water, because if that she gets cushion decay, so where the air isn't strong enough to hold the skirts out, then she could end up in a bit of trouble. Well, she drops on clean, no problem. The last time through, it was almost 3 seconds between Lily and Harley at first and second place. In fact, Harley's got a little bit of skirt damage, I now think, on the front left corner himself. Or is there? No. Oh, maybe. gap this time 3.66 between first and second. Tyler coming through 153 in third, 12, almost 13 seconds behind Harley. Then 5 Lucas Rhodes in fourth. And I can see a waved yellow flag. That is going to be up the top end of the field where the hairpin turn is somewhere. My camera's not picking it up at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see who's missing. Certainly the two front runners go through. 3.6 seconds now between Lily and Harley. That's first and second. Ah, right, okay, so it's Tyler Reynolds that I've lost because now Lucas Rhodes, number 5, has moved up into third. Tyler at the moment is showing fourth on my screen, but I think he's going to slip down the place as James Cooper goes through. So James Cooper, 82, now fourth. Tyler drops to fifth. And it sounds as if Tyler's craft is going to be coming back on the trailer. And we're not sure whether we've lost Rudy Dorman as well. 132. Oh no, there he is, coming through now. So the gap between Lily and Harley, 4 seconds now, just a tad over 4 seconds. That's the battle for first. Lucas Rhodes in a solid third, but 27 seconds back from Harley. Oh, Lily Elson making a mistake as she came out of the lake there. Got a nasty bounce, spun her around a little bit. She's fine, but as she got more skirt damage. Yes, there's more skirt damage on that front left corner. And let's see what the gap is now. It was 4 seconds. It's now 3 seconds. So 3 seconds now. Harley is 3 seconds behind with 2 laps to go. Lily has definitely got damage, a lot of skirt damage on that front section, which could play a part, especially when she drops onto the lake. So hopefully the camera will pick up the when Lily comes back onto the lake, and we can see whether she comes on clean or not. Well, she's managed to get onto the lake. Looks as though she's reasonably clean. Again, she's a little bit of a bounce, and Harley is on her tail now as they come around the paddock turn. 82, James Cooper sweeps wide. Lily stops. Oh, she's lost all the cushion pressure by the looks of it. The skirt damage has got so severe. 75, Harley Ullman goes through now. He passed her around the paddock turn. She almost ground to a halt. And in fact, I think she has done. The skirt damage, I think, has become too much unless she's lost power as well. She walks away from the craft. The marshals now pulling the craft off the track, out of the way. So Lily Elston out of the race. And, well, Harley Ullman with, is on the last lap board, so about half a lap to go now for Harley Ullman. So Lucas Rhodes, number 5, now moves up into second. Lily showing third at the moment, but I think she'll slip down the field as the others come through. Run to the line. Here we go. Harley Ullman, 75, takes the win. And it looks as though Lucas Rhodes, number 5, is going to take second. James Cooper's just gone through and he moves up into third. And looks as though Lily Elston still showing as 4th, number 44. And 5th, 132. Rudy Dorman, and 153 Tyler Reynolds in 6th. And right, so that's our juniors. We're now looking at the novices up next. Looks like the novices are already forming up. Well, the master is just clearing the course down now, and the craft will be coming out onto the grid in just a moment. Well, just listening over the radio that our recovery vehicle, which is a Gator, actually needs now a recovery vehicle for itself because it's expired, shall we say. So a few issues trying to get the craft off the track now. So our recovery trailer is now out of action. Oh, we've got a big green van now. So don't forget, somebody asked me the question earlier when I came up to speak to the public. Do we race the same weekend every year? No, it does move around purely because of our other events that we have going on. Like this year, we've got our World Championships. So that impacts on the original race date we would normally have for this race meeting. So Gang Warily is normally held on the bank holiday weekend in August. But unfortunately this year, because of the World Championships, it's had an impact, a bit of a clash. So we've had to pull this race meeting forward in the calendar. So it is very much a case of keeping your eye on social media, or if you go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, then obviously at some point beginning next year we'll have the race calendar on there. It's not set yet, we're too far away from setting the calendar for next year, but if you keep your eye on the main club website, you'll be able to see the calendar pop up and get an idea of when Warily will be next year. Now, if you picked up the leaflet, or if you took one of the leaflets with the competition on the flip side of that, you'll obviously see the race calendar for this year. Obviously, those dates and venues may change around, dependent on the availability, etc., etc. But you'll see we are up and down the country. Our furthest north one at the moment is a place called Allerton. It's actually a horse trial park, should we say, mixture of land and water. Our next one that we raced at this year was Whittleby Park. Well, I've been talking about that earlier for the World Championships. And then we went to Rother Valley in June, which is Sheffield. We've been going there for a good many years now. And that site is completely different to here, where it's predominantly water at that location. And then, of course, we've got Warily this weekend. And as I'm speaking, we've just gone on to the 2-minute board. So, running through the grid very quickly. Pole sitter is Paul Tarpley, number 38. So, all of these previously qualified drivers just re-qualifying. They've dropped out for various number of years, some longer than others. So, Paul Tarpley in the Formula 2 in pole position. 94, David Kemp in the Formula I'm not sure how that one's classified. That must be 40. That must be a Formula 2, I think. And then 40, David Worsdal, and then 161, Sam O'Sullivan. And then on row 2, we got 138, Joe Tarpley. Fingers crossed for Joe. He made it onto the grid for the last race, and then that he didn't get off. But fingers crossed for Joe. And we're on the 1-minute board. And we're away. So it looks as though it was David Kemp, number 94, that got a great start off the line, with Paul Tarpley, number 38, in pursuit. Well, it's all changed. Dropping onto the water is Paul Tarpley, number 38. He turns at the buoy first. Then it's David Kemp in number 94. Oh, Paul Tarpley going into the paddock turn. He pulls off to the left-hand side, and his thrust engine is running. I'm not sure whether it's a lift problem, but he's just stepped away from the craft for a moment, allowed the others to come through. So the running order is David Kemp is the leader, David Worsdal in second, number 40. Third is 161, Sam O'Sullivan. Fourth is Joe Tarpley, number 138. So Paul Tarpley, oh, he's definitely pulled off to one side. Helmet's coming off. His race is run. Oh dear. Paul. So back to the runners. Crossing the line in first place, 1994, David Kemp. Second, David Worsdall, 40. Third is Sam O'Sullivan, 161. And crossing the line in fourth, Joe Tarpley, 138. So David Kemp goes through. The gap between first and second, 5.8 seconds. So hopefully David in that lead craft can keep that skirt intact. He's been a bit prone to losing a whole load of segments on that front right corner. Which hasn't presented a major problem, but it does have an impact on the speed. So the gap this time, 8.9 seconds between first and second. 4 laps gone, midpoint in the race. So after this race, we just got one more race to go, the open race, before we finish the weekend racing. So stick around to watch that last one. Well, just watching Sam O'Sullivan coming out in the late 161. Nice and clean. Sam in a solid third spot. Sharing that craft this weekend with Nancy Devlin in number 167. So let's have a look at the gap. It was 9.83, I think, the last lap through between first and second. That is now 11.67. So David dropping back a little bit. He's got a little bit of skirt damage on that left side. but shouldn't be a major problem, but they may be just scrubbing off a bit of speed. 6 laps gone now, 2 laps to go. And last lap board there is now out. 94. David Kemp goes through. That skirt still looking 100% in good condition. David was still going through 10.5 seconds on that last lap behind the leader. Oh, Sam O'Sullivan completely driving over the boy on the lake there. Not quite sure what caused that, but never a good idea. It can potentially do damage underneath, certainly to the skirts. And the checkered flag goes down for David Kemp. So David Kemp taking first place, David Worsdall taking second. And Sam O'Sullivan taking third, which means that Joe Tarpley will take fourth. So, last race of the weekend, and we are looking at the Open Formula race. The craft already starting to form up at the paddock exit there. So with just one race to go, don't forget, if you do go away today and you want to look at some clips of racing, then obviously there is a great one place to look at is Hovercraft Racing Reels. That's HRR. You can find them on Facebook and Instagram. There's racing clips and interviews on there. If you want to look at what's happened this weekend here at Warily, then we have been putting a live feed out. The easy way to search for it is just put Hovercraft Racing Warily 2026. That should get you there without any problems. Obviously, we do a live feed at vast majority of our race meetings. So if you want to look at other race sites, then obviously use the same sort of system, Hovercraft Racing, Rother Valley 2026 or Allerton 2026 or Whittlebury 2026. so on and so forth. If you picked up our race calendar, then you'll be able to find those venues on there. Of course, if you do put in just hovercraft racing, you'll come up with a whole load of stuff anyway. So dropping into pole position, number 11, the local driver, Jake Trussler in a Formula One. Dropping into second spot in a Formula 2, number 61, this time daughter to Dave Palfrey, Katrina Hall. We're still waiting for third spot. That should be, oh, there he comes through now. It's going to be Charlie Moore, number 45 in a Formula 2. My sheet is showing Elliot Folland in a Formula 50 117 on the front row in fourth spot, but no sign of him at the moment. Second row should be Josh Trussler 119 in a Formula 2. So we've got the two brothers out there, but no sign of Josh at the moment. See if I can get a bit of inside information from his brother in a moment. So second row, 98, Marcek Uckman is already there in a Formula 50. And then, we've got number 1, Conrad Bill, out in that new craft, still bedding it in, ready for the World Championships. And that was row 2 complete. Then row 3, we got 2 Formula 1s. Number 7, Aaron Sutton. And number 3, Cy Francis. Right, let me go and see what's happened with Josh Trussler. Right, so I just spoke to Jake Trussler. His brother Josh won't be coming out in his Formula 2. The lift fan blew earlier, and yeah, they've not managed to get it sorted for this race. So Josh not making it out. Well, they've just been lifting up number 45, Charlie Moore's craft, and I looked at the state of the segments on it, and it's oh my goodness, you could go a whole lot quicker if you had some decent segments on there. Well, not ones that are worn out. It's a bit like driving a Formula 1 car, or that sort of ilk with scrubbed tyres, that rather than new ones. You're never going to get the best out of them. So Yeah, new set of segments wouldn't go amiss on that one, because he's creating drag by not having the perfect cushion. So we're on 2 minutes now, 2 minutes away from the start. And we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Well, 11, Jake Trussler off to a great start. Aaron Sutton moving through very quickly in that Formula 1 and tags onto the back of the Formula 2. Katrina Hall, but moves past her very swiftly, going up the rise there. Katrina trying to fight back, but Aaron holds on to that position. He's in third. Charlie Moore, 45, is in second in that Formula 2 at present, but he has got Aaron Sutton, number 7, on his tail as they come back down after going round near the big tree, and side by side, number 7 and 45 as they drop down to the water. Who's it going to be first? Well, it's 11 that sort of drops onto the water first, and then 7 Aaron Sutton, then 45 Charlie Moore, 61 Katrina Hall, 1 Callum Beale, Conrad Beale, then Cy Francis, number 3, 98 Maciek Uthman. That's the order as they dropped onto the lake. Well, it's all very tight coming out of the lake. Very clean though. 45, 61, 3. All of those going around the paddock turn. Very closely linked. The gap between first and second is 2.19 seconds. So Jake Trussell leading number 11. 7 Aaron Sutton in second, just 2.19 seconds behind. Third is now Conrad Beale, number 1, but 7, almost 8 seconds back. Then Charlie Moore, 45 in that Formula 2, is in fourth. Then Katrina Hall, 61 in the Formula 2. Then Cy Francis in the Formula 1, number 3. Then 98 Maciek Uthman in a Formula 50. Well, looking at an aerial shot now from the drone, 45, 61, and that was the third craft out. Oh yeah, 3. All of those 3 doing battle as they come off the lake, almost side by side. No way you're going to get through up there side by side, but they almost tried. But it's still 45, 61, 3. Those three locked in battle as they come around the paddock turn. Meanwhile, leaders has already done 3 laps. The gap is down to 1.17 seconds now between Jake Trussler, number 11, and 7, Aaron Sutton. So Aaron's got the bit between his teeth on this one, and he's not letting Jake Trussler get away. So, looking at that 3-way battle, I'm looking at the aerial shot. It's now Katrina Hall, Cy Francis, then Charlie Moore as they drop down to the water. There are different formulas, but I'm now looking at the lead craft as they drop down to the water. It's 11.7. The gap last time through was 0.487 seconds. So Aaron definitely bit with the bit between his teeth, and coming around the paddock turn. 5 laps gone now. They run through the line. The gap is 0.74. So opened up marginally, but nothing much. Right, it looks as though there's going to be a back marker coming into play here, and that looks as though it might be Charlie Moore, who's swung to one side into the long grass to let the front runners through. Out of the lake. It's still 11, followed by 7. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was 0.74. As they cross the line, 0.8. So yeah, pretty much the same as they go through. And I see one craft returning back to the paddock, and I think that is number 45, Charlie Moore. Ah, sorry, wrong craft. It's Conrad. Conrad Beale has gone back into the paddock. I thought that was Charlie, but it's actually Conrad Beale, number 1, has gone back to the paddock. So the last lap board is now waiting for our 2 front runners. Round the paddock turn, it's still 11. Still being chased by 7. So, Jake Trussler crosses the line. Both the Formula 1s go through. 0.68 seconds between the 2. Oh no! Aaron Sutton has suddenly drifted off and slowed down. Oh. With just under a lap to go, Aaron Sutton pulls to one side. He was so close to being in a position to attack Jake Trussler for the lead, but Jake has now got sprinted away, and well, he drops onto the water. He's got should have a clean run to the line now. Round the paddock turn for the last time. Jake Trussler takes the win, number 11. Right, see how this pans out now, because Aaron Sutton, I think, is going to slip down the field as they come through. At the moment, it could be Katrina Hall coming through in second, but Cy Francis, number 3, is on her tail. He was only second, 1 second behind on the last lap, so let's see what happens as they come out of the lake. It is still Katrina Hall, 61, with Cy Francis, number 3, on her tail. The run to the line. Is he going to make it? No, it is Katrina Hall, number 61, that takes second spot. Third spot goes to number 3, Cy Francis. And, Aaron Sutton is still showing fourth, but let's see how that pans out. It looks as though Aaron is going to take fourth in number 7. Fifth is going to go to number 45, Charlie Moore. 6th goes to 98, Majik Uckman, and 7th goes to number 1, Conrad Bill, who returned back to the paddock. So that is our racing done for this weekend. For those up on the bank, it's been lovely to see you again. Does anybody want any more cards or the QR codes? I can bring them up. I'll pop up anyway and see you before you head off home. But we are finishing off now. We're going to be shutting everything down. Don't forget, you can go home and watch this back online. Going Warily Hovercraft Racing 2026. That should find it. I'm going to jump on my scooter and bring some stuff up. So if anybody wants anything, come and grab it before I disappear off and go offline. For those of you watching online, thank you very much for joining us, and hope you've enjoyed the footage this weekend. And obviously, we'll be now seeing you all online at the World Championships, 21st and 23rd of August at Whittlebury Park. Right.